Good. All right, we're up and running. Okay. Hope everybody's doing well this evening. It's been a chaotic day on my end, and looks like the weather's been in pretty good sync with that as well.
You'll see partly sunny weather and can expect a high of 84 degrees Fahrenheit
Okay.
and a low of 63 degrees.
And I got Alexa giving me weather reports randomly. Okay, but despite all that, we have a moderate risk for severe weather. This is a wind-driven moderate risk. We do have the threat for very large hail as well. Some has already fallen, and we're going to continue to see that with this line of storms here and this secondary line that's ongoing right now. Going to be live for at least a couple hours just to see how things pan out with that. We have a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch in effect, and multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, some of which are PDS even from what I saw, or classified as destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. The main one that we're looking at right now is over towards Lincoln and Ellsworth counties. We're gonna go straight to that one, which is this storm right here. This has also had a early history of producing multiple tornadoes earlier. Some of them were pretty big. Also produced 3-inch hail earlier. But right now, it looks like we've gotten into the outflow dominant phase as we anticipated. So now we're dealing with a major damaging wind threat at this point. So now, and it does look like that destructive tag has now been taken off there, which is potentially, no, wait, there it is. Here's the destructive tag, tags for 80-mile-per-hour winds, and also lime-size hail with a tornado possible tag in it as well. So this still has the potential to produce, but definitely not what it once was here. We can actually put that into loop and kind of verify that now. You can still see the rotation here in this northern storm. On the northern end of the storm, just south of Minneapolis, Kansas. We have our storm chasers out today. Expect to see some crazy winds from these. Also, if I end up stepping away, my car did break down today, so at some point I will have to step out and get the towing situation taken care of. So if I do end up going AFK, that's why. I'm still with you, and I'll be back, I promise. But that's mainly why I would go AFK in this situation. Don't expect this to be a super long stream, so nope. And also at this point, if I'm gonna pass out, if I feel like I'm gonna pass out, I'll just say, "Hey, look, guys, I'm gonna call it a night." We aren't doing that again. That was embarrassing. My pride was even kind of hurt there, even though no one's been mad at me, which I'm very thankful for. So, also, as we continue to go on here, looking at the word windbag for anyone that might be new to it. In context, windbag would basically be a big group of thunderstorms, a lot like this one, with very strong winds. It's pretty simple storm chaser slang, basically. Whenever you see this on radar, this particular feature where you see the little bow echo like this, basically that's what we call a windbag here. Because it almost kind of because if you look on the edges, it almost kind of looks like the handles to the bag. Yeah. Anyway, though, we're going to be kind of jumping back and forth between these two particular sections here. We do have a chance for some stronger storms over here also towards western Nebraska and parts of South Dakota. But the greatest threat, of course, is going to be over towards Kansas, where the moderate risk is. Appreciate everybody tuning in so far, by the way. Don't forget to hit that like button if you have not already. We're already at 11 likes, which is awesome. Hopefully we can get to 15 pretty quick here. If you could, though, if you haven't already, though, make sure you hit that like button. Do see a couple of storms over here towards Oklahoma. I am somewhat interested in Oklahoma as well. because towards this southern sector here, if we can get discrete storms within the next couple hours, there is a chance we could get a couple of tornadoes over here. But that depends on if that low-level jet kicks in, and also if these storms don't go outflow dominant from the start, which they very easily can. This is the kind of environment that they're in is pretty well suited for that. Got Corey and we got Connor up. Oh, we don't want to have too many windows on top of each other here. This is Corey's feed up top. This is Connor's feed on the bottom. I'm just kind of waiting to see what this ends up doing. This does have a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning on it as well. We see destructive tag severe storm warnings, by the way. We will be sounding that siren. Okay, so also while I'm at it here, I may put on some music. If you have any interjections with that, or if you want to take a break from that music, just let me know in the chat, and we'll go on from there. Or if the music's too loud, just let me know. Jeez, this hat feels kind of tight. Better. Still have a multitude of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings here. We have 18 warnings or polygons total. We only have one destructive, but about from the looks of it, I would say 9 of the 18 severe thunderstorm warnings are at considerable tag right now. We're going to expect those numbers to go up as we get later into the evening here. Raise my seat a little bit. There we go. That's much better. Anyone that's tuned in for the first time this evening, we're watching severe weather again. Once again, we're in Kansas right now. We have a pretty big storm going through Salina with 70-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail tagged with this one. We do have a destructive tag severe thunderstorm that has potential for and confirmed reports of 80-mile-per-hour winds too. We could continue to see this as we get later into the evening here. We do have to watch towards southern Oklahoma and also northern Oklahoma and southern Kansas here for the threat of maybe a couple of discrete cells and maybe the chance of an off spin up or two to go along with that. So a lot to keep track of tonight. Don't expect this to be a long duration event, but it could be a dangerous one. If you haven't already, in order to help spread the word, hit that like button and hit that share button too. Let people know we're live here. Okay. It's going to be some pretty big hail here north of Salina, and it looks like the strongest winds might be just now about to hit Gypsum and Carl or Carlton, it looks like. If I botch anything, I'm sorry. I'm still dealing with a little bit of dental pain right now. And try to bear with this as best as I can here. I'm not gonna lie, it does hurt. Hurts like hell. Yeah, definitely, guys. Make sure you're hitting that like button. Definitely would appreciate, especially now. Is that 80-mile-per-hour report, by the way, that was just outside of Russell, Kansas. Also had 2-inch hail go along with that. Here's the 82-mile-per-hour report, wind gust report. This is located around the airport in Russell. Hey, John. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to hear. Good to hear. Glad you're doing well, man. Got some big action over here, it looks like right now, over towards Kansas. Oh, Greensburg is about to get caught up in the line now. Vince and the boys are heading right towards that area, and it just went with a destructive tag, severe thunderstorm warning. It's the first one of the stream for us. It's the second one that we have seen tonight. So this one is for Ford, Kiowa, Hodgman, Pawnee, Stafford, Pratt, and Edwards counties in central Kansas. And also, these storms are going to be screaming, too. They're moving east at 65 miles an hour. These are destructive storms for All towns along US 50 and US 400 east of Buckland and Spearville. 80 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So radar indicated though at the moment. But we do have Corey over there that's not far away. They'll be able to confirm that in just a bit here. It's kind of hard to see anything on his stream right now though, so that tells you that he's going through the soup. Nah, today was going to be a little bit quieter of a day today. That storm system that we've been dealing with over here towards our area, John, not really was going to be one that hung around. It was going to kind of be in and out. You get a little burst of rain and then onward it was moving. All the real action is well off to our west. Tomorrow's actually going to be pretty nice for our areas. Would love it if we would have a little less dew points and humidity, of course. Oh, nice. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that a bunch. Hope you were able to see everything clear on the big monitor. Can't control the storm chaser feeds, though. Here's that storm towards northwest Oklahoma that has now a tornado possible tag with that. We're going to have to keep an eye on that as we continue to go forward here. We do, just as a reminder, we do have a very rare, particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch. You'll typically see that with tornado watches. You'll get a PDS tornado watch. Rarely do you ever get the particularly dangerous situation tag on a severe thunderstorm watch. In a particular instance, like for today, in today's case, for example, evidence kind of points towards a high probability of very large hail that would be likely up to the size of at least baseballs or bigger, typically, in multiple storms. And then also the threat for, well, damaging winds of up to 80 miles an hour or more. In the synopsis from the Storm Prediction Center, we actually even have the potential for maybe a 100 mile per hour gust or two possible. We haven't seen that yet, but night's still young, so we're going to have to see how things pan out with that. We mainly have storm chaser feeds that we can look at, but as we get towards more populated areas, we even could have sky cams to look at as we get later into the evening. Cheap used monitor, 23-inch monitor. Nothing wrong with that. Shoot. I think one of the monitors I have is used. I don't know if it's 24 or 27. I'm not entirely sure. But hey, they do the job at the end of the day. As long as you get a nice clear picture, it's all that matters. Look at the structure of that storm that Connor is on, man. That is awesome. That is awesome. That is a beauty right there. Full-on spaceship. Classic looking supercell. Corey we're looking at up top. Trying to find out where Connor is again. I think he's over towards Kansas. Yep. Or Oklahoma, I mean. Ooh, this actually has a pretty nice hook on it too now, actually. Gonna have to watch that one pretty close. Like I said, this is in an environment here where we would have to look out for that possibility of it trying to drop a little tornado real quick. There is a chance that if it can stay discreet, it would actually produce a pretty strong one. Eventually, what's going to end up happening is this line's going to continue to consolidate. Eventually, the damaging wind threat's going to increase as we go forward. But if it stays discreet like this, don't be surprised if we get a tornado warning out of this. Oh, wow. 90 mile per hour gust confirmed. Just now. This was confirmed by the public. This is 10 miles southeast of Fowler. That is huge. That is insane. That is intense. That's the equivalent. It's actually stronger than a Category 1 hurricane. I think we're going to have some incredible wind gust reports before all is said and done tonight. And hence that also is the reasoning why the Storm Prediction Center has issued this very rare PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Well, we lost Corey's feed for a moment. We'll probably get it back a little bit later, but he's in the soup right now, so it's going to be kind of hard. It's going to be kind of hard for him to have good signal. Not to mention, it's going to be hard for him to keep up with this storm. These storms are going to be screaming off to the east here. On a lot of these warnings, you're seeing 50 to 65 mile per hour forward motion with these storms. So these storms, just in forward motion alone, are going to be severe, especially if you already have the downdraft occurring or the downburst occurring. Add anything extra to it, and there you go. You get the 90 mile per hour gust report. Like I said, I would not be surprised at all if we end up seeing a 100 mile per hour gust. Would not surprise me today. We do also have severe thunderstorm warnings outside of the main area of interest here. We got a severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Lincoln here too. This does have a considerable tag with it as well, so the potential for 70 mile per hour gusts are there. There's Corey's feet again. Then we also have severe thunderstorm warnings in South Dakota here too. We'll take a sneak peek over here real quick and jump back to our main point of interest. It's going to be right along what might be that triple point here. If I can get the radar, if I can get access to Rapid City's radar. These storms are not quite as strong as what's going on to the south here. Not as much instability available, but still very problematic towards this region here. Look at that storm. That is an absolute beauty that Connor's got. Like, I bet he's just outside taking pictures, just loving every moment of it. That's exactly what I would be doing too, if I could be out there. That is absolutely beautiful. Like 10 out of 10. That is an amazing shot. Look at the striations even. As you look at the mesocyclone here. Look at that. That is beautiful. It's nothing like nature. Hope everybody's doing well this evening. Hope everybody's had a good weekend, had a good Sunday. That hook on Connor's storm is getting a little bit more impressive now. I seriously think it's going to try it. Go ahead and take a look at the velocity here. Still just a little bit broad, but that area is becoming more and more impressive. Looks more and more suspicious to me. You can even see it on radar. It is uptrending. Gotta watch this. I'm pretty sure this is gonna get a tornado warning soon with its current trending. if it keeps it up for another 2-3 scans, it's gonna get a warning. I'm almost certain of it. And speaking of impressive storms, look at that right there. You see where you have that surge of air rushing forward in the blue there? Wind's going towards that radar site. Those are going to be where our downburst is located. You can easily see 70. Would not be surprised to maybe see a sneaky little 80 mile per hour wind gust tucked away in there somewhere. Right now, the highest I've seen so far is 73. But yeah, this is a classic example of a bow echo with a very powerful gust front here, or downburst with damaging wind potential. It's a classic look on radar. It's pretty easy to tell too, because here's a radar site right here. Again, like I mentioned before, green means wind's going towards the radar. Red is usually wind's going away from the radar. You can see it based on the flow here as it's in motion. You can see that surge just pushing out from the thunderstorm. That's outflow. And that's a clear cut sign of a downburst. Very dangerous sometimes when you get those. Alright, so this next part is for anyone that's in Kansas City and areas towards eastern Kansas. There's likely to be a severe thunderstorm watch issued for your area the next hour or two. The probability of watch issuance is above 90%. We'll get into the details of that. But yeah, this line of storms is heading towards the Kansas City, Topeka, and Lawrence regions here. So it could get pretty nasty over here within the next couple of hours. Like I said, these storms are moving at about 60 to 65 miles an hour. So they're going to be moving through, they're going to be on your doorstep before long. Appreciate all the support so far, by the way, guys. Let's keep it coming. We're almost at 15 likes already. That is awesome. We're just one more away on that one. Good start to the stream. Hey, we just hit it. All right. Appreciate you guys. Meant to do a voting poll, but I still might do one. I'm not entirely sure. Anyone in chat, if you want a voting poll, let me know. Type a Y. Just type the letter Y. Oh, music already gone. No, that's not off. It's not off. Okay. Mullinville near Dodge City is getting something heavy. Yeah. Yeah, this is where we had that destructive tag, and just a little further to the south, they had the 90 mile per hour winds. Wind gust report. Hey, what's up, Qualude Charlie? So you actually won a voting poll, huh? Okay. All right. I'll see what I can concoct here. Man, that storm looks beautiful. Cannot get over that picture right there. That is incredible. Really nice low-hanging base here. Pretty sure there might be a wall cloud in there as well. Quaalude, as in the little heart emoji thing is kind of blocking my view here. Disco biscuits. Okay, I was about to say, wait, what? Couldn't even read it. Okay. Well, I guess Quaalude, you're speaking for everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and, but I'm gonna do it. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. All right. All right, here we go. Okay, so I got the question here. So actually, I'm going to let you guys kind of decide the question here, because there's two that come to mind for me. This being potentially a very long evening for damaging winds, especially with the potential that we have available. How many destructive severe thunderstorm how many destructive tag severe thunderstorm warnings do you think we'll get? Or do you want me to go the route of warnings, or do you want me to go the route of reports? I'll let you guys decide that one. I'll let you guys go the route of that one. Uh-oh, I think they see something there. The storm's still trying to produce. Disco biscuit, a muscle relactor in the 7. You're gonna go with reports? Okay. Okay, so reports. Alright, Charlie. If you're still there, let me know what you're thinking. Do you want warnings or do you want reports? Because I'll keep the number. I'll keep up with the number for the night, of course, in either sense. I mean, either way, it's a harmless game. Or it's a harmless little prediction. I do agree with that. Reports? Yeah. Okay. Oh, we got a little delay going on here still. That's weird. Oh, Almer, you're going to go with warnings. Okay. And what do you know? We called it perfectly. There's that tornado warning we were talking about. I knew eventually we would end up seeing a warning with that. This is also tagged for tennis ball sized hail too. So what do you know? Alright. Well, it's 2-1 on reports versus warnings, so I think we'll go with that. Alright, so basically the question will go is this: how many 80-mile-per-hour plus wind reports will we get before the night's out? So I don't know if these storms will have the same kind of vigor by the time they reach St. Louis. I think they'll lose a lot of their steam once they get closer towards Kansas City. But we'll have to see how these go, how long these go on for. I think they're gonna go towards probably, I'd say maybe about 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Central before they really start to fall off. Because one thing about these storms, especially when you end up getting a bow echo like this, while there have been plenty of instances where those storms will last into the following day, once you get past a certain time, you lose a lot of that instability. And there really isn't a whole lot of that available the further east you go. So that's one thing, but there is a risk within the next couple of days towards your area too. Alright, voting poll is up now. So now you guys can have at it. It's wrapping up pretty nicely over there, that tornado warned storm. You voted anyway. Thinking 5 to 10. I'd say that's a pretty fair. Sorry, John. Didn't mean to make you vote, man. Still got a decent little couplet over here, too. It's definitely looking like it's trying to be rain wrapped. Yeah, I think 5 to 10 would be a good amount. If it's going to be anything like that. It's going to be two sectors, though, that I would think of where it's most favorable. I think the southern sector is going to produce more. Well, looks like we lost Corey's feed for now. Hopefully everything's alright with him. But we're currently actually sitting at two 80 plus mile per hour reports. We have one with this northern mode that was just to the south and east of Russell here on I-70. And then, of course, we had the 90 mile per hour gust we discussed a little earlier. And this was, where was it again? Let me try to find it if I can. No, that isn't it. It's in here somewhere. It doesn't help that... Okay, there it is. This was just off to the south and east of Fowler, where the 90 mile per hour gust was. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty few and far in between where we get those higher wind gusts. It's going to be little small pockets within that main line where we just get that random surge. The environment itself, though, is right for it. 100%. Classic bow echo / derecho type setup. rotation does look like it's kind of falling off just a little bit on this storm here. Having problems with outflow, which is kind of what we expected as this storm would mature. Like I said, this is an environment where we could expect that to occur as time goes on. So this is going to help keep that tornado threat subdued. Otherwise, the wind profile is actually pretty favorable for it. So of the people that have voted so far, everybody has also said 5 to 10. Like I said, I think that's a fair vote. What I'm going to be interested in seeing as these two segments of storms draw closer together, is how will they interact once they congeal together. This northern storm system definitely seems the strongest of the two, based off of how much lightning that I've seen here. But this storm system is going to really mature as it goes further to the east, especially with the amount of instability that's available too. You can actually even start to see the convection beginning to occur here as these two storm systems draw closer and closer to each other. Alright, looks like we got Corey back now finally. Looks like he was able to get out ahead of that main line, which is impressive. Like I said, these storms are screaming. They're moving at about 55 to 65 miles an hour. Might even be moving faster. Actually, this southern part of the storm, I guess he drove a little further south to get out ahead of it. That's actually moving at 25, but it's going to ramp up pretty quick. Still have these storms over here that are right on this warm front over here in Nebraska that are still causing a little bit of problems. These storms have been pretty strong as well, but we haven't seen any considerable tags in a while from these. We did a little earlier as the storm was over towards Lincoln, but it does look like it's not quite as strong as it once was. We still may see a surge of damaging winds as we push further along here, but as a whole here, it does look like this is weakened temporarily. Like I said, these areas further to the north are going to struggle with instability, so a lot of our attention is mainly going to be diverted to these areas to the south here. Guess we're going to be periodically having Corey's feed cut in and out. A lot of people say that Kansas is not very friendly when it comes to cell phone service. So it could be like that for a good chunk of the stream as far as some of these guys are concerned. Man, look at the structure right here. This is the whale's mouth of the storm too that we're looking at from Connor's feed on the bottom. Complex of storms is growing here. Gonna get some action in Oklahoma within the next little bit here. Oh, didn't want to click Brad's feed. Do see that inflow notch still there, so the storm is still spinning. it's not quite as impressive as what I would want to see on radar. If it still had that more open notch, I would be more concerned about it. Go ahead and look at the velocity on this while we're at it. Then go back up to those storms to the north here. Yep, still seeing plenty of rotation with this, so it's not done yet. It can still drop. Still got plenty of spin. Plenty of vorticity. Some really strong winds are going just outside of Greensburg to the south. These winds are likely going to pass just north of Wilmore here. Connor is very close to that point of circulation. He's going to kind of bonsai it a little bit just to make sure he gets a good view of that storm here. And in turn, we will as well. One thing that I can guarantee, that if this does produce a tornado, it's almost guaranteed to be rain wrapped. And also the threat of that wind driven rain and hail is also going to be a huge issue. So if this does produce, it's going to be incredibly hard to see. Appreciate everybody tuning in so far, by the way. Anyone that's just now tuning in, watching another severe weather event ongoing in the plains here. Mainly going to be watching over towards Kansas, where we have damaging winds, or we're on very high alert for damaging winds this evening. We've already had up to 90 mile per hour wind gusts reported in southern Kansas, and we could maybe anticipate a few more reports as such getting later into the evening. We also have the potential for damaging winds over towards Oklahoma and the threat of maybe an isolated tornado or two. So make sure that you are staying weather aware. Make sure you hit that like button and hit that subscribe button if you're new around here. So it looks like somebody finally voted a little different here. Somebody's thinking 10 to 20 80 mile per hour plus reports. Alright. We'll see how that pans out. Not saying that that's right or wrong. We'll just have to see how it goes. Right now we're currently 2 in. Like I said, any of the outcomes seem possible here. We're in an environment that's ripe for damaging winds here. Have a jet streak in the area, so it's not impossible to get those 80 plus mile per hour gusts to continue as we get later into the evening. We haven't really reached peak time yet either, so I do think that there, like I said, there's a pretty good chance we'll see more. The golden question, of course, as we all know, just how many. I am going to be kind of interested in this region just to the east of Great Bend towards like Lyons and McPherson as we get later on down the line here. I do think once these two areas converge into one line, there could be a point of rotation there, a little weak echo region, or bounded weak echo region, where we could maybe have to be on the lookout for a spin up. Another another considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning. It's towards Abilene, Kansas. It's good having a lookout. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Part of me kind of wants to be out there just to get a view of everything. Uh-oh. I think we have a Gusnado over here on Corey's feed. That definitely has the look of a Gusnado right there. Yep, that's 100% a Gusnado. Look at that. A Gusnado is different from a tornado, by the way, folks. A Gusnado is basically a circulation that will form on the gust front instead of being under the updraft of a thunderstorm like a typical tornado would be. Gusnados are particularly weak most of the time, but they're very interesting to look at and kind of fun to see. Typically, they don't do much damage because of how weak they are. But, yeah, it's pretty cool to see. It's pretty cool to see that. I've seen a couple of those in person, actually. It's most common, though, around the plains, though. Every once in a while, you'll see them in a weird spot, though. Maybe like the southeast every once in a while. Yeah, that's 100% a Gusnado, though. Yeah, because it looks like Corey is still well out ahead of where the updraft of the storm would be, obviously. Oh, he's in a Gusnado. He's in it. He's in a Gusnado. It's a Gusnado outbreak. He just cleared it. You get wind damage more towards your area, huh, John? Well, yeah. I've had a couple of gaming buddies that live over towards that area, and they do talk about how they end up getting more of a damaging wind threat over towards that region versus tornadoes. I don't know what it is, but once you go east of Stone, usually, I don't know why, but the damaging wind threat kind of ramps up a bit more. I've noticed the trend. Like if you're over towards the western part of the metro, you have a better shot at tornadoes. Once you get past like the cab and whatnot, it does tend to change up sometimes. I just don't think, I guess it's partially having to do with the amount of instability during the events. Because usually as you go further off to the east, instability can start to fall off. But it's particular with each event, so maybe the mountain plays a role in it. There's a whole bunch of theories with that. We're getting treated to some pretty cool stuff, though, tonight, guys. We are getting treated to some pretty cool stuff tonight. Wow. Cool start to the stream. Let's hope it stays pretty lighthearted here. Hopefully we don't see any significant damage. That is one thing I'm slightly concerned about, given the fact that we're going to be starting to push more and more towards populated areas as we move off to the east here. Look at that, though. Whole line here to the south now has severe thunderstorm warnings on it. Oh, new tag here. 90 mile per hour severe. This is a destructive tag, severe thunderstorm warning. So this whole line is for Ford, Kiowa, Pawnee, Stafford, Pratt, and Edwards counties here. This is pretty similar to the storm we were looking at earlier over here. This is for all towns along US 50 and US 400. This is east of Lewis and Greensburg. We were just talking about that area too. But the hazard is 90 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. So we're going to see those reports probably start to increase now. It's a life-threatening situation. This is basically the equivalent to what would be like a PDS tornado warning. So you kind of want to treat this as a tornado warning. Definitely don't want to be outside in this for sure. Let's go ahead and look at not reflectivity, but the velocity for this one. Like I said, this was just outside of Greensburg here. I'm going to switch radar sites actually, so we can get a better look. Yep, there it is. A little bit of a gap right there, but I'm pretty sure that's where our strongest winds are. Easily getting into that 70 mile per hour range. There's some 80s in there. Like I said, I think there's some 90s probably tucked away somewhere around here. Oh, wait. I think I found a big gust right here. I thought I saw 120. See if I can hone in on it. There it is. Right up in there. It's where you get those really strong winds. Now, is it mixing all the way down to the surface at 120 miles an hour? No. But fact in the matter is, though, the fact that we're seeing that on radar, given the environment that we have, that is very dangerous. So I do have my concerns with that. I do think this right here, however, could be a radar artifact. Still, you know anyone that's just outside of Greensburg, Haviland, Collusion, Pratt, Coates, Sawyer, Preston, Byers, you need to tell them to get into a safe spot right now. Tell them to get below ground, treat this like a tornado warning, because it can do the same kind of damage. Basically, this would be almost like the equivalent of a Category 1, almost borderline Category 2 hurricane, as far as the winds are concerned. We do have a little sneaky area right here that is trying to rotate towards Maxville too. Look at that. And you can get this within these lines of storms here. Like I said, it's mainly a damaging wind-oriented threat, but never sleep on those for the potential to produce a tornado. More often than not, they're quick. They're going to be like bang, bang. Literally, probably could be on the ground for about 30 seconds, but that's all it takes. So definitely need to be watching this really closely. So you're just outside of Maxville heading into St. John, Hudson, Stafford. You need to be on the lookout for not only high winds, but maybe even a possible tornado. Let's go back to reflectivity in the meantime here. I do see that look like we have that notch right there. That's a bit suspicious. A little embedded joker there. It also mentioned this earlier as we were watching this close in, as we watched this line start to consolidate more. We're going to see more than likely a couple of spots here between Great Bends and McPherson where we could see the potential for a couple of spin-ups. Whenever you see these kinks in a line like this, you have the potential for what's called weak or bounded weak echo regions. And it's those that'll tend to produce little quick spin-ups, if anything. Little kinks in the line, kind of like this right here, for example. I can circle it for you so you can see it. That right there, you got to be on the lookout for. That right there. That right there. The radar just moved, so it kind of messed me up. But yeah, these little regions right here you got to be watchful of. You could get a couple of quick spin ups in there. And more often than not, when those do happen, you're not going to be able to see them because they're going to be wrapped in rain, windy. It's going to be super windy. And towards this region, there's a lot of dust too, which also does not help with visibility at all. So, like I said, dangerous environment here. Oh, we're starting to get a little bit more balanced here with the voting polls. Some of you guys are on board the 10 to 20 train here. Now keep in mind, those warnings don't get issued often. So when you get those destructive tax severe thunderstorm warnings, it's not a guarantee that you're going to end up getting a report that goes with that, but the potential is definitely there. By the way, we still have a tornado warning, but it's not for our storm in Oklahoma here. We actually have that tornado warned storm. Actually, it is still towards Oklahoma. I just can't see the polygon anymore. Okay, there it is. There it is. It's still there, but yeah, okay, that was why I couldn't see it anymore because the polygon had shrunk. But there's a new warning. Still radar indicated. Has tennis ball size hail potential. It'll go along with it. There's likely to be a rain wrapped storm, by the way. And this is located 4 miles southwest of Morewood, moving east at 30. Does look a little better on reflectivity than it did in the last couple scans. See if I can get a better view of it with another radar sight. Yep, there it is. Here's our velocities with it. You can still see some signs of rotation. A little bit broad, though. A little bit more broad than it's been. I think that this storm is going to really struggle with outflow dominance, given the environment that we're in. So it's not going to come as a surprise if this doesn't produce. But still have to keep an eye on it nonetheless, because it definitely still has a focus point of rotation still. Keep in mind also, this is an area that is under that PDS severe thunderstorm watch. So we could also see 80 to 100 mile per hour gust here as well. So if you're over towards West Oklahoma, definitely make sure you're keeping an eye on things here too. As long as you're west of the Oklahoma Metro. I do think as we continue to go forward here towards Oklahoma City and Norman, you should be alright. But we'll see how that pans out. Almost up to 20 likes, guys. Appreciate it a bunch once again. See if we can't break that 20 mark there. Can't break the dub. Just need one more like. Appreciate you guys all tuning in this evening. Hope everyone's had an awesome day up to this point. Uh-oh. Hang on a second, guys. A little lag spike there. Very odd lag spike. This is the first time I've done uh-oh. Oh, come on, man. What the hell is going on here? Alright. Let's hope we don't have any more lag spikes. That was very odd. It's the first time I've done 2 streams within a day. I didn't restart the computer, so that might be a problem. I hope that it's not. Streaming can be very hard on a computer, so hopefully we don't have to restart here. That would really suck, but looks like we're back in line for now. Alright. I think we're good now. That was kind of scary. Internet's all good. Okay, we're all right. We're all right. It's a little odd moment there. Shouldn't happen again. Hope. All right, so Radar Lab Studio. When you try to stream it with weather radio. I'll have to try that. I don't really know the answer. I don't really know the answer on that one. But all I know with mine is I don't know if it's maybe just a tendency that my computer has. But if I for example, if I do a stream, I think the best thing that I could do is restart the computer so I could prepare for the next stream. And I streamed earlier today, then car broke down on me. I didn't really have much time to get back home before this stream, so it kind of put me in a spot there. Oh, your audio always clips bad. Now that's a little bit different from what I'm used to there. I've never had that kind of issue. Audio's never been an issue. It's just latency. Like my frames will just suddenly drop off on mine, but it's never been an audio thing. So encoding, that's kind of where you kind of lose me a little bit in a way, because I wouldn't say I'm a full-on computer learner. I'm still very much a student of the game with this here. Like, I remember when I first started having these problems on stream, and I was just like, I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off. I just didn't know what to do. But eventually, it started to click. Oh, radar. Okay. You did. Okay, you did encoding. Jeez. I'm trying to think. I want to help, but I don't even know. I honestly don't know the answer to that one. Dang. And I kind of want to learn about what that is. Radar Lab Studio. I'm pretty sure I've heard of it. I just don't think I've ever used it. There are some other applications I do want to explore as time goes on. Just try to kind of broaden my resources a bit. Warm front's taking a little dive south here too. WeatherTap's the company. I have heard of WeatherTap. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used any of their products though. My best advice, honestly, would just be to either go on YouTube or maybe Reddit it, or like go on Reddit, and sometimes you might end up seeing if somebody else is having a similar problem. Yeah, Omega Radar Omega is good. Do be leery of the CPU usage with Radar Omega. It'll run smoothly as long as you have the bandwidth to go along with it. Like for my streaming setup, I have OBS, which is really good. It's a little bit lighter on bandwidth versus on CPU usage versus something like Streamlabs, which is what I started with. But you still have to be careful, of course. Oh, you aren't? Dang. It's a pretty unique problem then. Kind of sounds like my problem with OBS right now. Because, like, I would have a pretty similar issue here. With, I'm like I said, I'm having the issue that I'm having. Like, sometimes randomly during a stream, it'll just drop frames for a minute and then it'll be fine. Ha. Oh, yeah. Like, what's the name of that? What's the name of that one YouTube channel? There's dang it, it's on the tip of my tongue. TR Tornado Research something. I can never remember the last initial of the acronym that they have for their channel. But I know exactly what you're talking about though. I know exactly what you're talking about. I want to be able to set that up too for the days where I'm not able to actually be here to give live coverage, but at the same time I kind of feel a little bit conflicted about that too. And on top of that, I kind of enjoy talking to you folks. Ah. A while back there was someone on Discord that was kind of showing me how that was done, but I never quite figured it out. He gave me like the links to it, but I just never got around to it. I just never got around to messing with it to where I could actually use it. Like if I was to end up in another situation where I was gonna need to stream overnight and I knew I just didn't have the energy, I would love to have something like that. Mm. Honestly, at that point, maybe pairing it with Omega would be the best thing. But even then, like I said, I'm not a complete expert with it. And it really just depends on what your computer's specs are. I don't want to end up telling you something that would fry your computer. Because I mean, I pretty much have like a low-end gaming PC in it. So for streaming, it performs pretty good, I would say. Obviously, I would want something a little better, but, you know, I'm working with what I got. Honestly, I want something, me personally, I would want something with a little bit stronger of a processor. Ah, there you go. Yeah, you should be fine then. Yeah, just make sure that you have a solid processor and decent video graphics card, you should be fine. Does look like our tornado warned storm here might be saying goodbye to us. I do think damaging winds are going to take over with that one. I'm seeing signs where maybe outflow dominance is beginning to occur here, especially towards the back side of that system here. You see how that tail is kind of blown that hook away just a little bit. So I think what we'll end up seeing towards this backside, we'll see some air kind of rushing out. It could actually, and actually this could maybe help it ramp up a little bit. Might have a brief window, but I think eventually this is going to consolidate into a line here. You can almost see this area of convection being pulled in here. Like you can watch how these two storms are pretty much on a collision course at this point. I'm liking this playlist. If any of you guys like it, I think we'll keep that in the repertoire for the future. It's a little bit more chill than some of the other stuff I've played on here. Also, that also means a shout out to Jacob Results. This is his video on there. 90 minutes of melodic rock instrumental. Very well done by him, if I were to say so myself. Go ahead and go back up here and take a look at the action. All right, John. See you in a little bit, man. I'm gonna see if there's a. I'm gonna go see if I can grab some food real quick while I'm at it.
danger it took.
All right, we're back.
Alright, so we're
Sorry to keep you guys waiting. There we go. See what I'm talking about, though? Just like I was referring to earlier, that weak echo region is starting to develop, and right in here you can already see a little bit of that counterclockwise swirl, that rotation starting to come into play. I do think that this is going to become a point of interest as we continue to push further off to the east here. So we do need to be on the lookout over here. Like I said, if you're over towards Lyons, McPherson, Hillsborough, Marion, Florence, Peabody, Newton, Hutchinson. I'm basically just going to circle the whole area right here. Anywhere over towards this region here, just north of Wichita in particular. Not only do you need to be on the lookout for damaging winds, but the potential for a possible tornado also exists here too. I think that's where the threat's going to be highest over the next hour or so. All right. In any case, though, let's go ahead and move this out of the way. We still have our tornado warning ongoing. We have a second one. This is in South Dakota, actually. Go ahead and take a look at that. We did have a tornado report earlier today over towards Colorado as well. And that was in a 2% area, so just because you're not in the main area of focus does not mean that you can't get severe weather. Just a reminder to anybody, we've had a multitude of warnings today actually outside of the area of interest. This is right outside of Whitehorse. Radar indicated with the potential $half size hail to go with it. This is in Dewey County. Outside of Whitehorse, this is mainly going to stay in rural areas. We still have an inflow notch with this, so this isn't giving up just yet. This actually might help this storm. We might get an instance of constructive interference if this ends up being the case. I've seen a couple tornadic events occur with storms just like this one, so definitely need to be on our guard here. Also, if you're wondering why I'm not showing my face on here as I'm eating, it's because I'm having issues with my tooth right now, so it kind of looks weird as I'm eating. So instead of having people constantly ask me what's going on, I'd rather just not show my face. Also, I know I need to adjust the sub count and stuff because it's not updating automatically. Don't rest assured I will. Also, thank you to everyone that's subbed tonight. Also hit that like button as well. And anybody who's just tuned in general, thank you. Alright, so Try to keep this as discreet as I can while I'm eating, so I'm not disturbing anyone either. Appreciate you guys again, though, being patient. I really think the point of interest is going to be right towards lines, and it's going to head towards I-135, and that's when we'll start to see the potential increase a bit. May end up going a little bit ahead of it. It may go a little further east. But I would expect maybe a little bounded weak echo region to form in the next little bit here. A storm towards Oklahoma, man. Beautiful structure on it, by the way. Just cannot say enough about that. Looks absolutely incredible. Cannot say enough about that. New destructive tag, severe thunderstorm warning now. You can include Kingman in this one, and we are not far away from Wichita here. So we do need to be on watch. I do have my PlayStation on in the background, by the way, Isaiah. Also, hello. But yeah, I do have my PlayStation on in the background. The NASCAR race is playing in the background, actually. I forgot that I had it. On. Meant to have the volume down a little bit lower. I'm gonna have to actually go and adjust that real quick. There we go. Oh. Oh yeah, that's because I bumped the button. That was part of the problem. That was part of the problem. So I can see now that looking at the voting poll here, some of you guys have gotten a little aggressive. Some of you guys are thinking 10 to 20. One of you even, I think, is saying about 20 or more. Talk about aggressive. Welcome back, John. Glad to have you back, man. All right, we hit 20 likes. Appreciate it, you guys. Appreciate it a bunch. See another bounded weak echo region trying to form over here. Might want to be on the lookout over here towards Council Grove. I think we're going to have a couple of different points where we could have little points where we could get rotation here. Like I said, we're going to have to be real watchful over here towards Kingman. That's where our next destructive tag severe thunderstorm warning is. Pretty large area that we have there. Like I said, these areas to the north don't have as intense of a tag with it at the moment, but there is a chance that we could get some better instability and that can ramp up as well. Speaking of which, by the way, towards Kansas City, they have issued the severe thunderstorm watch now. This is a regular severe thunderstorm watch, by the way. It is not a PDS watch. So over towards Kansas City, Topeka, this includes you. I will say one thing that I find kind of amusing is that no one in the vote that has voted said that we're going to get less than 5. And it's amusing because that actually still can happen. Right now we've only been at 2. We've only had 2 reports of 80 plus. Personally, I think we'll get more than 5, but it's a very real possibility that we don't. That's just how the weather works, but it would be kind of funny in a way. I'm not trying to mock anybody for what they chose, but it would be kind of funny. It's like, oh yeah, we're getting this amount, or we're getting this amount. Just remember, we had a high risk for tornadoes at one point in the month. And I think the final report that we got might have been less than 20. What many people would consider to be criteria for a high risk day, that's not a lot. But even then, it always matters where and who it impacts too. That's just something to always keep in the back of your mind. It was good. Oh, that's a beautiful view that Connor's got right here. That is a beautiful view that Connor's got right there. I will be right back. I'm going to get some more food. And after this round, I'll be back and ready to go for the rest of the stream here. Again, appreciate you guys tuning in so far. We'll be right back. We're going to keep the radar open. Just kind of let you listen to the Storm Chaser feeds. Get the vibes with the music. And we'll keep it rolling from here. Oh, actually, the playlist just ended. Let me find a little something for you guys. We're going to go with Tor Fagerheim real quick. I think. Alright, we're back. Alright, so it looks like this storm has actually gotten a little bit healthier now. I'm liking how that inflow notch is looking. Do have some convection to the south, which may inhibit it just a little bit. But I do think that this storm still has a pretty good shot at producing something. That is a heck of a view. Let's go ahead and look at velocity here. Ooh. Yeah, I think you can do it. Yeah, I think this storm might try and do it. It's really ramped up pretty nicely over the last couple of minutes here. It's ramped up really nicely over the last couple of minutes. See a little bit of a hail core developing here too now. Almost done eating, so I'll be showing my face in a moment here. This storm here's developed quite a hail core now. You could see a pretty big, some pretty big hail coming from this in the next little bit here. I would not be surprised if we end up seeing this being bumped up from that $half size up to something a little bit more towards maybe 2-inch hail, maybe even bigger than that. We're still looking at only one destructive tag severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. We do have our tornado warning still, obviously. But we could have a mixed bag here in regards to what the final reports might look like here. So, kind of essential to that voting poll, by the way. Thing is, though, if I give you guys a voting poll, I'm going to make it to where you got to think about it a little bit. Uh-oh. We still have that radar indicated tag here, but I'm very suspicious of this storm now. Like, that rotation is becoming really apparent now. It's very strong rotation, it looks like. Still looks like it's taking in plenty of warm air, so it's not like this storm is going to be stopping anytime soon in the short term. Now, once these two storms interact with each other, that might be a different story. What I can see right now, this storm has all the potential to produce a tornado. The question is, will it produce in the next little bit? Because the window will start to close. This storm, I can't say enough about how beautiful the structure is, man. I love it. Look at the lighting too. That's absolutely beautiful. Like, that structure is just absolutely incredible. Uh-oh, he's got the rain shafts out ahead of him. Connor does. I hope the TV isn't too loud either, by the way, guys. If it is, just let me know in the chat. I tried to keep it a little low, but just enough to where I could hear what's going on with the NASCAR race tonight. I am a fan, but, you know. It'll be like this too during football season, too. Alright. One more bite. Alright, we're back. Nothing in my facial hair. We ate pretty cleanly, pretty effectively there. But yeah, I got a hole in my tooth here on my right side, and it's been causing me a lot of grief. That's also why I wasn't streaming much last week. But yeah, kind of awkward. I'm trying to keep food out of that side. I mean, I have remedies for that if I do get food on that side, but the less I have to get out of there, the less I have to rinse my mouth, all that other stuff, yeah. But yeah, it looks kind of awkward whenever I do it, whenever I do eat. So I try to avoid, so for anyone that might be wondering why I was hiding my face, that was why. Didn't want to be asked questions. Not at all. Alright. So now that we're refueled here, we can get back into the weather here. And if you are in Hutchinson, Kansas right now, you are about to get slammed. I hope you are inside right now. In fact, I think I can probably get a good look at some cameras over towards that region here. Yep. We have a camera over here towards Hutchinson, so we're actually going to get a little view of this. Get ready, because it's quite a view that we're getting now. Oh, and here comes the wind, too. Give me about 5 seconds here. And here is the view from Hutchinson right now as that's coming in. You can see the camera shaking, so that lets you know that the winds are serious over there. Oh, and here comes the rain curtain to go along with it. So even with this screen up, I do have Radar Omega up on my other screen. So I can tell you what we're seeing with the wind gusts on radar right now. Yeah, I've seen a couple areas where we've gotten above 80 miles an hour. In fact, even 90 miles an hour in some spots. So pretty dangerous storm coming through right now. So get ready. So if you aren't in your safe spot, what are you doing? That's my question. This camera is holding up surprisingly well with how strong those winds are. This must be a pretty well reinforced camera, if I'm being honest, if I were to say so myself. Look at all that lightning. Oh, you can even see the rain curtains being pushed down the street here from the storm too. Oh, and there goes the camera. Power probably is gone. Oh wait, no, it's still going. I'm surprised at how well this is holding up here. 'Cause I've seen other cameras here around the region just give out most of the time during wind events like this. Here comes a big gust of wind right here. See if this camera will hang on. Uh-oh. Did we lose it? No, it's still going. This is at Hutchinson Community College. Uh-oh. Ooh, here comes a really big gust. Huge gust of wind here. Oh, power's starting to go out. Power is starting to go out over in this area. I don't think we're going to have this camera for much longer here. Oh. Oh, look at that. Incredibly strong winds going through Hutchinson right now. Don't turn that camera too much. Oh, power flashes behind it. There's power flashes behind it. Yeah, this camera's going to be done in a second here, though. No, it's still hanging around. Isn't that something? Man, this camera is something, man. I remember the ones over towards Dodge City, which I would have expected to be a little better. Like last year when we were looking at some storms, we watched those get snuffed out pretty quickly here. This camera is tough. Dealing with the winds that strong, I'm actually really impressed. I'm actually extremely impressed with that. So it's funny. I'm all jokes aside. This guitar riff has got me like kind of thinking of the camera here. It's like it's badass. Like wow. Oh. Ah, yep. There it go. I think it's gone. I think the power's out over there now. I mean, it's not a surprise really, but the fact that the camera held up as long as it did is very impressive. Yeah, this thing's gone. Yeah, that camera's gone, man. That was incredible to watch, though. And the storm is still moving off to the east here, by the way, so Wichita is going to be next. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at downtown Wichita, shall we? Well, that didn't take long. Sheesh. Wichita, we should be able to get a good view of it. Maybe that one isn't working. Let's go with northeast Wichita if we can then. Looks pretty tame over there still, obviously. We still got a ways to go before the storms arrive over there. But I'll keep an eye on it. But you can also even tell, if we even just take the wide shot here, you can look and see. Just look at how those clouds are just screaming through there. You know it's coming. These clouds get heavier and heavier as they continue to move by too. That's just that's your warning, man. That's your warning sign. Oh, excuse me. But look at that, though. Look at those clouds. That is crazy. See if we can get downtown Wichita again. I'm pretty sure that the camera from the camera probably went out yesterday from the looks of it. But we're still trying to see if we can get it. In any case, though, we're gonna switch back to radar Omega here in just a moment. Yep. And there we go. So I'm pretty sure we're going to get a lot of reports from the storm now that it's going through some populated areas. So this is where we start to get into that 5 to 10, maybe even 10 to 20 report range as far as 80-mile-per-hour gusts are concerned. I think we're going to see plenty of 70-mile-per-hour gusts with this as well. Worst of this does look like it's about to clear Hutchinson now, so we're just going to be mainly dealing with the heavy rain from this point forward. Oh, wow. So we actually do have a tornado on the ground, by the way, folks. So this is that same storm we've been watching over towards Custer, Blaine, and Cato counties. I have to step away and take a look over there. Like I said, this had the potential to produce. It looks like it finally went ahead and did it. Still has a pretty good sign of rotation right here as well. This also has a considerable threat with it to go along with it. So tornado, tennis ball sized hail, and it's a large and extremely dangerous tornado too. This is a PDS warning. But yeah, this is 5 miles west of this was 5 miles west of Custer City. This was issued literally 2 minutes ago. Oh man. Broadcast media confirmed the tornado too. So keep an eye on Connor's feed here on the bottom. We could literally end up seeing this in the next little bit. It's a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now. And the crazy thing is, I was talking about this area, saying if there was any chance that we got a discrete cell, that it could do something like this. And lo and behold, look where we are. I just didn't think it really was going to happen here. And it's getting awfully close to the Oklahoma Metro. So I am a little bit concerned about this, not going to lie. Also, we can bring that total up to 3 now as far as the 80 mile per hour tags. Because that's number 3 right there. Tornado emergency. Oh my goodness. That is a tornado emergency for this storm now that we were just talking about. This is Custer County. Confirmed large destructive tornado 4 miles west of Custer City, moving east at 30 miles an hour. This is a tornado emergency again for Custer City. Wow. Like I said, literally just daggone it. I didn't think we would be that spot on with it, but daggone it. Literally just that one discrete cell, that's all it would take. Just one discrete storm. We literally talked about this in the stream earlier this afternoon. In this region right here towards northern Oklahoma, southern Kansas, we get one storm that ended up discrete. It's not, and I kept saying it's not like the kinematic or the wind profile was bad for tornadoes. It was really more so having to do with the dryness that we had towards this region, especially towards the areas further to the north. But you get a discrete cell like this where the dew points and the temperature numbers were a little bit closer together. We had what we needed, and we're seeing it in real time. My goodness. Tornado emergency, man. What are the odds? Yes, that your eyes are not deceiving you, Isaiah. It's exactly what you think it is. It is exactly what you think it is. Oh man, look at that. Look at this radar scan here. Let's get a look at Brad Arnold here. He looks like he has a pretty close view of it. Somewhere up in there is where that tornado is. But yeah, Isaiah, it's exactly what you thought it was. It's just crazy to me. I literally called it. I said if there was one discrete cell, just one, and that's all it would take. And daggone it. Daggone it. What are the freaking odds, man? It's been one hell of excuse me. It's been one hell of a year. It's been one hell of a year for weather. And we haven't even started with hurricane season yet. No, I didn't jinx it. I mean, it was actually pretty obvious. And that's why these guys were over here, because they were like, hey, if this takes off, you know, if we could get that one discrete cell, this could happen. And look what happened. I wasn't the only one who saw it. And I knew I wasn't the only one that saw it. Like, you'd have to be crazy to not see it. I mean, the low-level jet was in exactly where it needed to be right around this time frame, and I mentioned it. And we're getting reports in on social media, too, of the large tornado on the ground. It's a wedge. It is a whole wedge. I wouldn't say that I've been spot on, but I feel like I've done decent, I would say. But with this one, I just kind of looked at it really closely earlier this afternoon, and I was like, I'm not so sure about this area. Thank you, I do appreciate that a bunch. I'm glad you think so, at least. It's kind of hard to see anything on CC here. It doesn't look like it's hitting anything super big right now, so we're not getting major CC drops, which is good news. Even so, still very dangerous tornado on the ground here. Still looks like it's a really healthy storm, so it can still keep going. Rotation's kind of tapered off just a little bit, though. Oh, this better not be where I think it is. Harvey County in Kansas. It's another tornado warning. Is that towards that weak echo region we were talking about earlier? Just a little bit to the south of there. Yep, that really might be. Hang on a minute. Yeah, I was just off by a little bit. But this is just over towards where we were looking at, right over towards Hutchinson. Got a hurricane force gust here, most likely, just inside of Hutchinson. So it was measuring 70-mile-per-hour winds. Man. But I'll tell you. That's report number 4. Anyone who voted for between 5 and 10, you're looking pretty golden right now. Reed was in the tornado? Oh, man. Tell me why that doesn't surprise me at all. Alright, so I'm seeing more reports now coming in. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're sitting at 480 plus 480 plus mile per hour wind reports. I do think we'll end up getting at least one more, if not more than that. And there it is right there too. 86 mile per hour. Yep, there it is. And then outside of Mount Hope, 80 mile per hour. Well, anyone who voted for 5 to 10, you got it. You're on the board right now. That is crazy. What an evening. This is still heading en route to maybe Oklahoma City here. I do think that this might be weakening though, thankfully. There's still indications of rotation, but it's not quite as stout as it once was. Just really good news. Because that could have been a catastrophic situation. It occluded. Yep, it occluded. It went north and tried to occlude within itself. It is recycling though. That next scan, look at it now. What a day. What a day. Some madness right here, man. Yeah, it's getting strong. It's getting a lot stronger. I hope we can get a view of it, but there is some good news though. It got away from Custer City now. With it pushing to the north, it's taking it away from the town. So that's actually good news. Thomas, however, might be in the path of this storm. But Custer City did get spared. Man, what a mess. Man, I'm half stunned right now. I mean, they do, but we still got a pretty good picture of it here. It's pretty clear. Yeah, that's pretty powerful. Connor might have a view of this. Looks like it's wrapped in rain though. That's the only thing. Yeah, if we had a few more radars, it wouldn't hurt. I'll say that much. It definitely wouldn't hurt. Definitely wouldn't hurt to have that. Would not disagree. Daggone it, man. I can't believe it. It's down to radar indicated now. That's a great sign. The tornado emergency is gone, which is great news too. No complaints there. I'm hoping that we get a good storm merger here to occur, so that way that this storm just kind of loses its pop here. I don't like the fact that it has that in its DNA and in its history now, because if it did it once, if it continues to go on as is, it could do it again. And that is a big problem. Okay, so let's go ahead. Hang on a second. What's going on with Connor's feed here? Watch Connor's feed in the middle here. I think somewhere back there, he's probably not going to see it. We're probably not going to see it either. Somewhere back up in there is where it is. Somewhere up in there. Just really hard to see. Just too wrapped up in rain. But yeah, it's tucked right up in that rain and hail. So if you're going to see it, it's going to be an absolute nightmare to try. You're going to have to get into the bear's cage here, which is extremely dangerous. And if you don't know what you're doing, you have no business in there. Even if you do know what you're doing, it's not something that's the most sought after idea. Yeah, I want to punch the bear's cage today. It just sounds like a bad idea. So you don't see Connor doing that right now. Just doesn't really seem like a move that would benefit him right now. Sure wouldn't benefit me. Let's go ahead and keep this in a loop here and keep an eye on the storm. Storm merger is about to occur here, which is going to help hopefully weaken this storm a little bit more and cost it its tornado potential. This can continue that progression towards that, and that would be great. Although still having those 70 and 80 mile per hour reports does not really make me feel that much better. Okay, so does look like, as far as velocity is concerned, we're starting to weaken again just a little bit. Speaking of which, ooh, I might have to go to the bathroom real quick. That food might have ran right through me. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Maybe like 5 minutes. Alright, we're back. I feel a little better. Dang. I think that rice is what got me there. I don't know, it tastes a little different. Tried some different things. Sorry for the wait though, guys. But it did make me feel a little better. Alright, so as far as our rotation is concerned, does look like it's weakening now. It's about what we were anticipating, and how ironic that we're very close to El Nino. That corridor, I tell you. Iconic spot. For all the wrong reasons. I think I might take this hat off in a second here. I'm itching pretty intensely right now. Oh shoot. Dang, my groceries are going to be coming in a little bit. Might have to step away for that too. I don't think. I got a pretty big boatload of them coming in. There's our storm in Newton County. Do have the destructive tag with a severe thunderstorm warning with that, so we'll go ahead and sound the siren once more for that. This is again Sedgwick and Harvey counties. This is moving to the east at 70 miles an hour. This is highway speeds. 90 mile per hour wind gusts and $half size hail. No need to apologize, contingents. You're all good, dude. Yeah, it's been a pretty crazy evening, though. I know that much. Fortunately, I cannot see what's going on over here towards Wichita. All the cameras are down over there. Might be able to see what's going on with El Dorado. We also still have that lingering threat of a possible tornado over towards Newton, maybe just to the east of Newton. Alright, let's go ahead and get a better look at this on reflectivity here. And I'll see if I can find a camera over here. I'm going to see if we can find something towards El Dorado. I'm kind of doubtful, but I'm going to give it a shot. Let's see how it pans out. Yeah, I don't think there's one in El Dorado. I think I can get a look at maybe Eureka, though. Okay, so we're getting time lapses. Let's see. That's Montana. Need Corey to be careful. In those conditions, it's hard to see much of anything. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have too many cameras available right now. Unfortunately. We'll try and pour you last. Yeah, nothing in Emporia from what I can find here. Sorry, guys. Tried. Do see that weak echo region here still. I do think there's a chance that could still see a tornado warning with this section of the storm here. Now it's past Newton. New polygon's probably going to be coming out in the next little bit. Ah, look who's here. What's up, Baconator? There's a reason. What? There's a reason Alfredo doesn't have... I'm not even gonna ask. I'm not even gonna ask. Guess you're getting ready for a show in your area. Got this coming right for you, man. It just is like, no. What are you? He's thinking, like, I could already tell Contingent's thinking. He's like, what in the world are you doing? Yes, that's right. Spam the windbag emoji because it is that. That's exactly what this is. 100% need to be spamming that windbag emoji. Itchy. I'm itchy right now. I'm getting the windbag itches. Dang. Actually, I got nibbled up by mosquitoes in all honesty though. There is a lot of stuff going on here right now. Still have a couple sneaky areas over here we need to watch. You just got on and I'm already considering timing you out for that one. That's impressive. That's a new record, man. That is impressive. $100-mile-per-hour report near Abilene? Holy hell. Dang, man. There's probably something like that on the radar from the looks of it. There was quite a bit of spin going on over there. Well, let's hope she's not. Oh, she was? Oh, God. The fact that Contingents is saying that is not good. Sheesh. Then again, Contingents might be trying to play games. I hope not. Of course, this happened while I was in the bathroom. Of course, this would happen while I was in the bathroom, man. Oh, of course it. Man, I tell you. It's been a crazy day today. Can't say that this moderate risk is not verifying, that's for sure. It is definitely doing that. No, I know what you're saying. I know you're not joking. You seem like you're actually serious this time. I know you like to mess around every once in a while, but I don't think it's that this time. Oh, look at that lightning, though. That lightning is awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Just a little nervous about just how many people are under the gun here right now. Hoping everyone's been taking the warning seriously here. Yeah. Yeah, Baconator, it's been that kind of day, man. We've had over 5 reports of 80 plus. And then also we had a tornado emergency a little earlier in Oklahoma over towards Custer City. And the craziest thing is, I called that area out earlier today. I even said, if there was some chance that we ended up getting a discrete storm over there, you're going to have to watch that, because I wouldn't be surprised if a strong tornado occurred. And yeah, that's right. Tour emergency. I'm not joking. You can ask Isaiah and contingents. But yep. Large wedge tornado that happened over here. It's confirmed by broadcast media. Yep. Yeah, I remember watching that storm for an hour thinking, if this thing stays discrete, there's no way it doesn't produce. And lo and behold, it did. But yep, it literally prompted a whole tornado emergency. And it still has a tornado warning on it. That same exact storm. It has not stopped spinning. And I thought this thing would have stopped a while ago. This is the exact storm right here, though. Look at that. Still looks impressive as all can be on radar right now. I do not like the fact that that storm has that kind of history in its DNA. Not at all. And here's Brad Arnold here going across the damage path right on the bottom of the screen. Yeah, crazy evening, man. We're not even finished yet. Probably could be on here for at least another couple hours. And here come the flash flood warnings to go along with it. Man, what a night it has been so far. And it's, like I said, we're not even done yet. I figured once these two lines ended up consolidating that we would see some of the most intense weather yet. And we were spot on with it. racing on there. Also, keep an eye on this system Baconator. It does have a tag for 70-mile-per-hour winds for your area coming up soon. This is just to the west of Topeka, and you're just off to the east of Topeka. And these storms are moving at about 70 miles an hour, so it's not going to take long for them to reach your area. So, you do need to be watching. Speaking of which, I may actually have to go real quick and get these groceries in the house. Yeah, you need to be watching. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, guys. These groceries were really meant to come in yesterday, but I made a little mistake. So, yeah. If you want to berate me in chat, feel free. So, yeah. But I'll be right back. Jeez, you guys are something else. Look away and you guys are freaking cutting up on chat. I'm missing all the fun. Sorry I kept you waiting. And the worst part is I meant to have those groceries come in yesterday, but when I looked up I realized that in my efforts to try to cut back on the delivery fee, which ended up being free anyway, I ended up delaying it a day later. It's been funny. Oh, nice, John. You've missed a lot. If you haven't been watching, you missed a lot. Alright, so we finally got that Oklahoma storm back down to radar indicator for the moment. But that thing's been a cyclic beast, so it could redo it again. Oh. So you've been seeing everything then. It's been madness. Tornado emergency. I was not expecting that, I'm gonna be honest. I was not expecting the tornado emergency. I think I still left a couple of the groceries out. Give me like 5 seconds. I'm not even going to turn off the camera or anything. Back, and I brought back a little something to drink. Don't worry, it's not alcoholic. It's a body armor. Yeah, multi-vortex wedge. That's exactly what happened. Oh, we also saw gustnados earlier on stream. In fact, Coy Gherkin drove right through one. So yeah, it's been pretty eventful. It's been an eventful day. In fact, I haven't even checked how many reports total that we've gotten tonight. In fact, I'm about to do that right now. Been the evening of the Windbags. Oh yeah, that goes without saying. But even without that, and I'm just now looking at it, 103 wind reports right now, with 14 significant. Then also 83 hail reports, with 9 of which being significant. And 9 tornado reports right now. And still the potential for more. What a night. People are probably going to get home from whatever they're doing, run back to their little, or run back their weather stations. Be like, woof. I can picture it in in your tone of voice too. That's the funniest part. That's what made it so funny. Just be like, woof. Hey man, cause Boston is where he be, okay? Boston is where he be. Wait, hang on a second here. Hang on a second. You and Kyle storm chasing while I stream. Hang on a second. Who says that I don't want to be out there chasing, okay? You think if the opportunity presented itself, I had the money in the vehicle. Speaking of which, my car broke down today again. But if I had the vehicle, you don't think that I wouldn't be out there? Come on now. I talk about weather here, don't get me wrong, because I love it. But you don't think that I don't want to be out in the elements? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Need a sponsor to provide a $65,000 truck. Or we just need to make like the next Tornado Intercept vehicle from scratch. You're part of that secret plan, Baconator, to get sponsored by Wendy's. They'll definitely sponsor us if they find out that one of the mods is named Baconator. Just make sure that if you show your face on Toyota Intercept Toyota, well, we know where your mind is. Maybe I just need to like order Uber Eats one day and just have it be Wendy's. Something like that. Tornado Intercept Toyota. Whoa! I mean, I know I can be a little bit rough around the edges, but I'm not violent like that, man. That would be hilarious if there was an Uber driver that would just say, hey, let's go storm chasing, man. That would be absolutely hilarious. My life would be complete almost if that happened. That would be interesting. The what? No. No. Baconator, no, dude. No. Contingents, you do realize I'm like 6'6", man. I would stick out like a sore thumb trying. But yeah, imagine someone my height trying to tiptoe around. Not a chance. It wouldn't work. It'd be funny. It'd be funny though. It would be really funny. Baconator, leave the lightning alone. I step away for a couple minutes and this chat has descended into absolute chaos. Uh-oh. This new area right here starting to surge forth here. No, do not touch the lightning, Baconator. If you really want a sizzling sensation, just mess with the sea salt with the fries, okay? Just add a little bit extra sea salt to the fries. That should suffice, okay? Smear the rear window with ketchup. Dude, okay, you lost the game, Baconator. You lost the game. In fact, I'm gonna do something even worse, though. Instead of timing you out. Dang it, I can't do that. Crap. I do have to time you out. Daggone it, because you're managing mod. Daggone it. Geez, there's madness going on in the NASCAR race too. So, sheesh, just across the board, just crazy. I can't believe you're really going, you're continuing to go on about this. Excuse me, sir. Texting and driving is not recommended. I'm frowning upon that. In fact, I'm disappointed in you very much, sir. I'm very disappointed in you, sir. And you know what? Because of your actions, now it looks like the storms are going to be weakening towards your area and going south of you now. You're still going to get plenty of lightning, but you're not going to get the crazy stuff. He's winning at North Wilkesboro Junior Speedway. He's winning at a yeah, I noticed. Some good ice cream though, that's all I'm gonna say. Isaiah, you are so far behind, dude. Yeah, we've been talking about that. But yeah, this storm has been heading towards El Reno. We've been talking about that for a while. Wait, what's going on here? What is... I was about to say, what is going on with Brad Arnold's speed? Baconator's trolling. That's what it is. Oh, seriously? Yeah, nobody showed up during the discussion. Full of nonsense, all of you. Yeah, you were the only mod that showed up. The only mod. Look at that lightning, though, by the way, guys. Loving it. I mean, I had it under control either way, so it doesn't matter if anyone, if any of you guys showed up or not. I mean, I had it. But even so, I mean, dang. You're Sandy. You are indeed sand sanitizer. I knew you were about to say that too. And I was going to say, no, you do not have those. But I was going to say, alright. But you know what? Alright. Whatever makes you happy, man. Excuse me. Sit your carcass back down. Oh. Oh boy. Uh-oh. That's problematic. This storm is not giving it up, man. Like, once it had the sniff and it got to produce one tornado, it's like it's just doing another. It just wants to make another. Thankfully, rotation broadened back out in the next scan, but if that continued, that would have been a big problem. And it still might. Definitely need to be paying attention to that. What is it with this one storm, man? Ah. Be careful out there, daggone it. Told you already. I want to. No, you do not. Stop being foolish, man. Y'all two are something else, you know that? Y'all two are something else. There's another cell right here we need to watch, actually, now. Towards Winoka. Or at least on that one radar scan, it looked like something we might need to watch. No? You can see it on here, too. Keep an eye on that one. Yeah, that lightning is getting closer and closer to your location, Baconator, so expect the theatrics to pick up over towards your area. Okay. That Winoka storm that I was just talking about just went severe warned. Sounds like you're getting some Super Bolts, Baconator. Be extra careful. Look at this structure here on Brad's feed at the very bottom. Look at that structure. That is beautiful, man. What a day. We have seen some incredible stuff. My only hope is that everyone has gotten through today safe so far and will continue to do so. Go ahead and look at it now. Broadened up a little bit. We'll see if that ends up holding up. Holding itself together or ramping up as time goes on. Be careful out there. You probably are seeing Mammomatus though, in all fairness. That would not surprise me at all if you end up seeing that. Some good news though. We are starting to see a decrease in the amount of severe thunderstorm warnings. We no longer have destructive tag severe thunderstorm warnings for me. What the heck, Isaiah? I don't think so, dude. I'm gonna need you to fix it. Oh snap! They are fighting on the NASCAR after the NASCAR race, dude. I looked out the corner of my eye. These guys are literally fighting in the daggone in the hauler. Holy man, that's funny. Wow, they're legit fighting. They are legit fighting, man. Holy, that's crazy. Nah, it's funny. Doesn't look like we're getting too much out of that storm right now. I'll just kind of check back on that one later. The Emporius storm is still looking pretty strong. A little further back off to the west, it was much stronger, I'm sure, but even so, still got near 70-mile-per-hour winds being indicated on radar, so still pretty dangerous. Well, the storm's going to be a fast mover, so you're going to have your moment, and then it's going to pass right on through. Also, it seems like the storm system is slowing down a little bit now. There's more lightning off to the west, though, so don't worry. There's more to come. Oh. Shouldn't have ate that ice cream. My tooth is hurting now. Why do you want that? Why would you wish for your power to go out? That's kind of crazy. I would not want that. What? Read back the last thing that you said. I'm not reading it back for you. I'm going to let you read it. Even at night, you could still see the structure of this one. This looks incredible, man. I think we're going to put more of our focus towards the tornado warning storm at this point. May need a moment to actually rinse my mouth out because I'm feeling a little pain now. What? What are you talking about? Oh, you were talking about the fight that was going on in NASCAR. I don't know. I only caught like a tiny little piece of it. People were throwing each other around. I don't know which crew won, lost, or whatever. All I know is people were getting thrown around. That's it. That's all I do know. But yeah, I just saw it out the corner of my eye. People getting thrown around. That was pretty crazy. Shut up, Baconator. Oof, that kind of hurt, man. Dang. I can't wait to get rid of that tooth. Get that tooth out. Alright, so we got 16 votes in tonight. Ugh, dang. Man, it still kind of stings a little bit. I'm trying to get past that pain. Alright, but we're ending the voting poll now. Those are all our votes there. As our next considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag. Still in a lot of pain. Might need a little bit more time. Sorry about that. Tooth still hurting. Oh my gosh. It's like it's ambushed me out of nowhere after I eating what I shouldn't have eaten. Rowan County weather. Yeah, but I think it was Kyle Busch and Ricky Stenhouse. From what I saw, it looked like their crew close. Crazy evening, that's all I do know. Oh boy, that hurts. That still kind of hurts, but it's getting better now. Had to put some dental cane on it, try to help. I'm trying to get an appointment set up to get rid of this thing, because this hurts. I'm just letting you know. I just saw it out the corner of my eye as I was streaming. And that's how I saw it. I just saw people getting thrown around. I was like, oh, okay. Wow. So I remember Kyle had wrecked somebody during one part of the race. I saw that too. I wasn't sure exactly what had happened though. Probably some. I'm surprised there isn't that one person that had screamed World Star. Tornado warning about to include the Oklahoma City metro area now. I would have thought. And this thing still looks pretty good on radar. Dang. Still hurts. Still hurts. Alright, man. I'm just gonna try to brave the pain. Just trying to bear with the pain. Ah, jeez. I don't know why I can't get that to disappear now. There we go. You're still around, Baconator. The storms are getting closer. I think the strongest of the wind is gonna still probably remain just to your south. There is a chance you might get clipped on the northern edge of it, clipped by the northern edge of the strongest ones, but I'll have to see how it pans out. Seems like it's trying to make a push towards that area, though. Head hurts. Sorry, y'all. It's a live camera. Pretty strong storm going through Burlington right now. Oh, wow. really good shot of what's going on over here towards Burlington right now. Uh, uh, uh. Look at that lightning. That's incredible. What a light show we have got from all of these storms tonight. Look at that. Look at this shot right here, man. Holy. And the lightning. Just, I'm amazed with tonight, man. I honestly am. I honestly am amazed with how crazy the weather has been tonight. And we still have that tornado warning ongoing. It just does not want to let go. And it's still radar indicated, thankfully, but this is heading in towards the Oklahoma City metro. In fact, let's go and look. I haven't issued one direct for proper Oklahoma metro, but it's coming. All right. Think I'm okay now. Finally. Just kind of had to ride out the storm there with the pain. Turned off the lights just to try to see if I could reduce some of the pain that was going on in my head too. That's how bad the pain is. Like sometimes it shoots all the way up into my head, towards my eye. There's a lot of nerves around the teeth. It's painful, very painful. Probably gonna hang around for about another 30 minutes before we call it a night here on my end, because I do have to go to work in the morning. It does look like these storms are starting to weaken now. They'll still be at severe limits, but they're not going to be quite what they definitely aren't what they used to be, for sure. Oh, well, there goes that camera. It's a elongated little hook echo right here with this one storm that's near El Reno. To think that this thing is held together this well is pretty impressive, to say the least. See if we can get a view of the storm from a distance here. Yep, we sure can. Starting to broaden out a little bit again. We've seen this thing cycle 1,000 times, it feels like, and then every time we think it's about to cycle, it starts trying to ramp back up. It's hard to say what it's going to do. It's going to make an awfully close pass, though, between Oklahoma City, Moore, and Norman. Is it going to do anything? That is the golden question at this point now. Oof. Yeah, it's broadening out even more now. Like I said, within the next 30 minutes or so, we're probably going to call it a night here on our end, so that way we can get ready to go to work tomorrow and then be ready to potentially go live again. Like I said, pretty long stretch of weather ahead here, so I'm going to try to be a little bit more reasonable with ourselves this time, unlike last time, and try to pace ourselves. Try to cover as much as we can, but not completely run ourselves into the ground. Because after severe season, or maybe during summer severe season, we still got hurricanes to deal with too. Videos on that are coming out soon as well. So, gonna have to manage ourselves here. In fact, the June outlook came out recently, so Definitely need to make mention of that in a video soon too. Thankfully, it looks like tomorrow may not be as active of an evening. But we'll still be on standby to watch and see what happens. If we do need to go live, we will. If not, we're okay. Do know that Tuesday is going to be a much more active day, so we will be live for that. Wednesday, still questionable. I think it's going to be pretty busy. Thursday could be pretty interesting too. So literally the whole week we could be streaming. There is a chance. Severe thunderstorm warning numbers are even starting to drop off now. Huh? Uh-oh. Gonna hang out for a few more minutes to see what this does here. This is still looking like it wants to do something. The storm still looks like it's trying to shed its own skin, it seems, but I'm not sure just yet if I buy it. Because we thought too many times that this thing was done, and it wasn't. I do think that it's getting towards the end of its life cycle, because we're going to run out of instability here in the next little bit. The question is, can we buy that? Can we really believe that? look at velocity again. Yeah, I don't know what to really make of this. Yeah, I think we'll just hang around for another 10 minutes. And we're just gonna see how things, and then we're just gonna call it a night here. See, and whatever happens after that is just gonna happen. Sorry about that, but appreciate everybody who's tuned in to this point. Those who have stuck around all the way towards the end of the stream. Appreciate you guys especially. I should probably come up with some cheesy name for you guys, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'll find the inspiration for it, I promise. Oh, they just put a tornado warning out on it, and now it's observed with a particularly dangerous situation. Well, alright, let's not go to bed yet. I had a feeling that there was something off about that. And what's really worrisome is the fact that this is getting very close. This is pretty much in the OKC metro. So, with this being on the ground, that is a huge problem. That is like a huge red flag right there. We do have Connor nearby, but I think he's behind it, and he's not going to be able to see much of anything. That's the really alarming part. And there's the rotation right there. I mean, it's pretty clear now. It's organized itself once more. It's just determined to drop tornadoes. I just don't understand how it does it. Went through a whole meso replacement cycle too. That's the even crazier part. Let's go ahead and pull up the other camera over here towards Norman. Try to see if we can't get a view of it. This storm is such a mess right now. I just don't understand how it's still doing it. Seems like it's going through a meso replacement cycle and then it just pulls this back in. Like, what is going on here? A pretty tight couplet right there too. That's kind of alarming. And there's the debris signature right there to go along with it. There's a CC drop. This is basically designed to pick up on non-meteorological objects. So whenever you start seeing a nice little core right there of blue. Oh man, yep, that's 100% debris. So this is 100% on the ground. No questions asked. It is on the ground. Very unfortunate situation ongoing right now towards the Oklahoma City metro. On the west side of town here. Let's hope that this lifts pretty soon, because this is not good at all. This is going to be heading right towards Yukon. Also, anyone that's on I-40 definitely do not need to be there right now. Look at that lightning. That debris ball is only getting sharper. Look at that, 65.65. Yeah, that's picking up some pretty serious debris right now. Dang it, man. Precisely what we did not want to see. It's going to be heading towards Yukon next. I do think it's going to stay on the north side of Oklahoma City there from the looks of it. Could be getting another tornado emergency here if things continue as they are. Oh. I'll work my hat off. I don't care. Madness right here, man. This is crazy, man. Got a new tornado warning a few minutes ago in Kansas as well. Towards Shawnee, Osage, and Waubonsee counties. It's this storm over here in Oklahoma towards Canadian and Grady County that's very concerning right now. Baconator, we might be potentially staring down Tor E number 2. Oh, did not want to do that. Go away. Go away. Look at this. Perfect match over the same area. Yeah. That's what I said, dude. That's what I said. This might be Tor E number 2 that we're looking at, man. Like, it looks pretty daggone bad. That's one hell of a debris ball. It's one hell of a debris ball. I was gonna get off actually about this time too. This is towards Yukon, Oklahoma, just to the west of Oklahoma City. It's literally just outside Oklahoma City, just to the west. It matches the CC drop matches perfectly with the velocity. It's right over the airport. It is getting a little messy right now. Hopefully it's lifted somehow. I do see a secondary point of rotation that's right behind Connor too, which I'm a little concerned about. Yeah, this is heading straight towards Yukon. Wait, what just happened? Looks like that rotation's weakened and a new circulation's formed right behind it. In the world? It looks really messy. It looks like a mess now. Yeah, 2 points of rotation. I'm like, come on, man, chill out. I've probably got only another 15 minutes left in me, man. And honestly, I'm already over my limit. But dang. Like, what is this storm, man? What is this storm? What is this storm? 'Cause this storm has been the little engine that could ever since it first formed this afternoon. And just throughout the night, it's just said, hey, look at me. I'm gonna drop something. Then I don't. Then I do. Then I don't. Then I do. Then I don't. Jeez, this thing has been something else, man. I tell you. Oh, started to black out there. Alright, so 9 minutes. That's all I can give you guys. I'm sorry. What happened to our main rotation? Your guess is as good as mine, Baconator. I think that one occluded, and then the one to the rear has taken over. It literally matches up perfectly with what we have going on with it. Like, this thing's been trying to go outflow dominant forever. And every time we think it's going to, it doesn't. This is the most broad I think I've ever seen this storm since its original inception and its failed first attempt. Yep, that sounds about right. Oh, well, you might get your wish. Oh, I think Connor might be seeing something. Must have been like a lowering or something, because he's sure harping about it on his phone from the looks of it. I think it's finally about to die down. I sure hope so, at least. It definitely looks like it's starting to really fall off at long last. That's the broadest I've ever seen the rotation. And it's like that updraft is getting centrifuged out. It's well out of position of what you would expect it to be. Alright. Yeah, it's weakened. It's finally weakened. There's some good news there. I think we're almost done with that threat now. Now we just have the tornado warnings outside of Topeka. Yeah, these are broad now too. And make sure he's careful with that, alright? Shut up, Isaiah. I'm disappointed in you. He's not really gonna get a great shot of the shelf. I think he'd be better off further to the south to get that kind of shot. Like towards like Ottawa or maybe Garnett. It's gonna be a little bit more awkward towards his area. Not impossible though. In any case, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta work in the morning, and we might be streaming again tomorrow. We definitely will be streaming on Tuesday, and we'll see what the rest of the week looks like from there. Till then, though, thank you guys for all the support tonight. Nothing but love and appreciation for all of you. But we're gonna go ahead and call this one a night on our end here. Till next time, this is Ty with the rest of the crew signing off. No, don't call me that.